Hey everyone, Max here. I'm recording a legacy video for the first time in a while. I'm going to play the Saturday night, April 27th, 8 p.m. Legacy Challenge, and I'm going to be playing Bug Scam in it. It's just kind of what I feel like playing in the moment, no really reasons beyond that. I was going to play the deck that Michael Reed, Eureka, 22422 just won back-to-back challenges with, which is Black Saga Storm. Looks like this, but I've been making a lot of unforced errors with the deck and in a league to practice, and it wasn't quite what I wanted to do. So I'm really comfortable with Bug Scam, and I think it's going to be, as I'm getting back into recording, I wanted to play something that was a little bit more natural. So I'm playing a few cards that I'm just kind of trying out for tonight. I'm playing one Baleful Strix back in here. There's a lot of ways to kill an Orcish Bowmaster in this deck. The two Murderous Cuts. And so having one Baleful Strix isn't really too bad. It's good to reanimate. It's quite good against Rug Delver at blocking a Murktide Regent. I'm also playing one Pernicious Deed in the main deck. I think it's pretty good against the Saga decks. Obviously solid against like Chalice, Big Empty the Warrens, so on and so forth. Grist in the main as another way to kill Murktide. You can tell I'm very concerned about killing Murktide. One of the problems with not having Swords to Plowshares is you kind of have to figure out where your removal is going to go, and at least Grist does good work at, unconditionally killing things with her -2 ability. Also plays nicely with Reanimate, since you can reanimate Grist. Just a fun little synergy. Since this deck is not playing any Murktides and I'm only playing 2 Uros, I was able to supplement the Fatal Pushes and Witherbloom commands with a pair of Murderous Cuts, just to unconditionally kill something. I was considering stuff like Shoot the Sheriff, which is a new card from Thunder Junction, destroys target non-outlaw creature, which kills most things, but not there's a few rogues in the format, like Dothy Voidwalker or Brazen Borrower, things like that. And then the 3-drop Goblin Cannoneer, what's his name? Goblin Bombardiers is a pirate, so can't kill that. But, it kills Murktides, kills things in Delver. But I felt like this deck can afford Murderous Cut, and so I'm going to do that. And then I'm splitting the Trolls with a Generous Ent as just kind of a little bit of a respect to Delver. If I can reanimate this, it has Reach and has 7 toughness, so Unholy Heat can't kill it on its own, and it can block and eat, Delvers and DRCs and what have you. So I'm also playing 3 Stifles in the deck, kind of as a nod to Storm and a nod to this relatively greedy mana base, where Stifle is just kind of good at both those things. Stifle's also good at Stifle nodding an Uro into play, where you play the Uro, make the extra land drop, and then Stifle the sacrifice trigger. So it has a little bit of a higher floor there. You can also do things like evoke a Grief and then stifle the sacrifice trigger there. So even when you're not, stifling the myriad of activated abilities in this format, it's still pretty good. Moving over to the sideboard, I've got a pair of Hydroblasts for the red decks, obviously. Pair of Force Negation, kind of just as generic anti-combo, anti-control. Submerge against pretty much every Eldritch Reclaimer deck. A pair of Force of Despairs that come in pretty much for Goblins and Initiative, stuff like that. Endurance is kind of an overlap for the graveyard decks and for Delver. Force of Vigor is an overlap answer for the Black Saga Storm deck, which is very heavily artifact based, as well as stuff like Mono Red Stompy, where gotta blow up a Blood Moon and not gonna have too many ways around it. Force of Vigor goes a long way to doing that. Carpet for the blue decks, especially Delver, and 1 Null Rod for the dedicated artifact decks, as well as for stuff like Black Saga Storm, which I'm expecting a decent amount of tonight. So I'm excited to be recording a challenge for you for the first time in a while. I've missed you. I hope you missed me too. I'll see you in a few. And here we are for round 1. We've won the die roll. We're against Shatin, shouting. Challenges and stuff, I look up MTG Goldfish of my opponents. Shoutin is regularly on, looks like Goblins. So we'll note that as I look at my hand. This is pretty good. I can do a Grief Pitch Murderous Cut or Grief Pitch Troll. It really depends on whether or not I think I'm going to need my second land quickly. And right now, since I have a force but no blue card, if I draw an expensive blue card, that can go, and I have... But I'll need more lands before I can put Murderous Cut on something. I'm going to keep the hand. I think I'm supposed to pitch Murderous Cut. What do we see? We see a pair of Muxus and a Simian Spirit Guide. So I think at this point, we know we're going to need to take both Muxus. Nothing of importance is getting countered while that Cavern of Souls exists. But I still think it's worth ripping the Muxus, both of them now, just to get the clock going. I'm thinking that I'm going to actually get a Bayou here, because then I can cycle for Undercity Sewers to do some scrying and have all my colors online. Funny, I could reanimate Muxus, it just isn't what I want to do. It doesn't actually help advance my plans since I don't really have Goblins in this deck. Things I'm looking for right now are mostly like wastelands. That's pretty good. Obviously it means I would have preferred pitching Murderous Cut, pitching the Troll over Murderous Cut on turn 1, but I think this is still working out in my favor. It's Rattlemaster or something? Yep. So I set the main phase stop here, and the reason I do that is so that I can self-fetch, get an Undercity Sewers, can do some surveilling. I think I do want that, since it stops Muxus, it stops the big hits. And then I can Fatal Push the Rattlemaster, get that out of there. Now I'm going to cycle this for a Tropical Island. Nope, I can't do that. For an Underground Sea. I know how my cards work. So this Stifle's basically going to hit a Ringleader or something big like that. So Simian Spirit Guide, City Traders, and 1 unknown in hand. That's a solid card. It's not amazing, but it's it has targets. Speeds up my clock. It turns it from 3 turns into 2. Let's see, so if I hit for 4 and then 3, that's 7. I'm just thinking about disabling this Ancient Tomb. I think that is worth it. Just as I throw this away, but it's just straight up throwing it away, but it's pushing damage to where this Ancient Tomb won't be able to do anything. Oh, that's good too. Let's see what my opponent does in blocks, because I could remove this post-combat and drain 2. So -3, -1 on the Simian Spirit Guide, and then drain 2 life. So green, black. Target creature -3, -1. Target opponent loses 2, I gain 2. So let's get rid of that and put my opponent to 2. And now they cannot tap Ancient Tomb, which is very convenient for me. And we're up 1 game in the match. Now, let's look at my opponent's sideboard. So they've got Fairy Macabre, Magus, 4 Magus of the Moon, that's big. Pyrokinesis is also big. Fairy Macabre might come in, but obviously they have 4 Chalices in the main, so, you know, red stuff. So cards that I want are mostly just Hydroblast, Force of Despair. Force of Vigor does not hit Magus of the Moon, it hits Blood Moon. So these are the big 4. Now, as far as cards I can probably do without, these are very good at removing Chalice, so I want to keep them in. Brazen Borrower is okay. As an answer, it's like I can get an island and bounce a Magus or whatever. Murderous Cut, Fatal Push, remove those things. Force of Will is less reliable than I would really like it to be due to the caverns, but it still answers some stuff. I think Bowmaster is the weakest card against them, so that just might be the swap. This looks reasonable to me. So if I get Chalice and I draw a land, scry a land, I can Withered Bloom. Otherwise, the Stifles are on, so I'm going to keep this. I will just waste it. Even though I don't have a Force of Will in hand, it's pretty clearly a priority of my opponent's. Chalice on 1 is fine because of that Withered Bloom. Generous End making its way around. Rabblemaster, huh? I think I'm going to let this one go. I mean, I obviously have to, but I'm not going to stifle it or anything either. Now, I can fetch a basic swamp, and then Generous End for the blue source. I need black-green for this Witherbloom command to work. So I don't think I have time to scry. I think I need to cycle this to get my third land guaranteed already. So I'm going to, I think, just hope there's no Magus because it would have been here. So do Underground Sea, Forest Cycle for the Trop. Have a land anyway. So destroy the Chalice, and I think blow up the Goblin token. Saves me some quite a bit of damage in the long run since it shrinks the Rabble Master. That's a problem. Rolled a 6. That's good for me. That's less good for me. Could really use a Force of Despair in my hand right now, which obviously I don't have, but you know, would have been nice. This is gonna be a lot of damage coming through. I'm at 3 now, yeah. I can no longer reanimate Generous End. Let's ponder. Those aren't going to do it. Yeah, let's Grief Pitch Grist and see what we find. Matron. It's not too informative. We concede. I don't think I want to make any changes for Game 3. I just think they were a little bit too fast for us. Let's try it again. Yeah, I just don't think anything changes from what we've seen. Except maybe the hand, but I think the hand was fine. This is not fine though, it has no lands. This is fine. Actually, this is pretty good because it has the deed. I'll keep it. I'm going to go ponder and try to set up a decent plan. This is a decent plan, I think. Do I want the Grief? Grief Pitch Deed and reanimate it? Yeah, maybe. That means I want to Grief turn 1 just to see what's going on in there. Okay, so a lot of stuff is going on over here. Pair of Matrons, only red source is Chrome Mox. I think that I'm going to try to cheese this game. So I would take Chromox here, and then I would force the hearse. I do think this is my best bet at winning this game. Their hand is very strong. So now we get that out of there. So they might pyrokinesis the grief now. They did. Ooh, and Magus at the moon. I don't care for that, so let's get that out of there. So now I know I have a Stifle on top, which I will use on a Chromox in a heartbeat, if I have the opportunity to do so. 2 Stifles. And Fatal Push. Okay, now we're just kind of draw going. I think I'm going to get Basic Swamp. Or no, I'm going to get Undercity Sewers and get my Surveilling on. Wasteland is... I think good. I might wait till the next land comes down to use it, because I can like Wasteland the next land and Fatal Push the creature and stifle things. So I think I'm going to hold off until my opponent sacrifices their own city. Ponder. Yes. Very good. One, 2, 3, no shuffle. We're going to read Troll of Khazad-dûm. Looks my opponent's going to clean up yet again. I knew about that, but I want that. I'll fetch on upkeep since I don't want to draw the next troll. I'm going to get a basic island. I'll cast a Brainstorm and see what's up. Ooh, those are nice. And my opponent had enough. So taking that Chromox and knocking them off of red did it. Very cool. I'll see you all for round 2. Hey everyone, we're back for round 2. We are on the draw this time. We're against a Jump Lark. They don't have that many MTGO results, but the most recent one from a few days ago is actually with Goblins. much like round 1. We will see if that is true or if they're playing something else. But either way, this hand is pretty well rounded. It can handle goblins through this stifle into Pernicious Deed to kind of like stifle to prevent the like loss, and then Pernicious Deed to clean it up. It's also got Generous and Reanimate. There's the goblin. So yep, goblins again. Trying to figure out if there's any reason why I'd want to play this Misty Rainforest right now. I don't think there is. Like, the main reason would be to get a faster, Murderous Cut. But I don't think I need that right now. If this is a Matron, I'm going to stifle it. Bombardiers doesn't worry me right now. Because that's just 2 damage. I think I'm going to get a Trop. I'm going to get Bayou, actually. There we go, that was a good reason to hold back the fetch land. Because now if this Bombardier is just scary for some reason, I can Fatal Push it. Ideally, I won't need to do that, but you never know. Also of note is I can stifle a flinged creature, or a flung creature. Can also blow up this Bombardiers with a cast on the stack. Matron, I'd rather... Do I stifle the Matron? Well, they're going to fling it for 5, and so that's what I'm trying to decide right now. If I want them to have it, I think I'm going to fetch and kill the Bombardiers now, and let them have the trigger on the Matron. Very likely that they're going to get something else with the triggered ability. Another Bombardiers, there you go. So at this point, I'm trying to figure out whether or not I'll want to play Pernicious Deed and just pass. This Brainstorm is tempting. Ideally, I want like Pernicious Deed like on turn 4 and hold up a Stifle in the meantime, because I don't want to really just go shields down and take way too much damage. I'd like to leave up a Stifle. Strix is decent, but I think I can put away 2 lands. I can put away Undercity Sewers and Bayou. And now at this point, I think my plan... So I could play out the Strix. and just like soak up the damage, but I'm actually thinking that Grief pitching Strix is the move here. Because then I can stifle it to keep it in play as well. I should have done that main phase 1 so I could figure out whether or not to attack. Like whether or not I'm facing down too much damage. I think I'm going to be an optimist and attack. Okay, yeah, their hand is not very good. So I will take the Bombardiers. And then I will stifle the Grief to keep it in play. I think. Yeah. So they've got Shire Skull, Chrome Mox, Cavern. So Chrome Mox coming down. This very likely just means like a Battle Cry activate is their play this turn. Which is only attacking for 5. So it doesn't make a second Goblin. Very convenient for me. I will block. I'm not trying to lose the game to damage here, surprisingly enough. I will get Surveil, Stifle, let's see. Yeah, I think the things that kill me here are triggers, so let's put that on top. Now we play out the Pernicious Deed. Not going to use it yet. I don't really care about this Chrome Mox. What I care about is not losing right now. That is the priority. I will take 1. That pass is really good for me, GG. Opponent said GG, I said GG back. Opponent has not conceded. Yeah. So they had too many dead draws. I agree. Oh, more Chrome Moxen. I'm encouraging complaining by saying they're saying they have 4 lands in the hand with 2 Chrome Mox, Cavern, Ancient Tomb. I'm telling them that Ancient Tomb taps for 2 mana, so really they have 5 lands in hand. Even worse than 4. Obviously, that's not how these things work. They're playing a deck with, if we look here, so 19 plus 2 is 22, 26, 28 mana sources, so their deck is literally half mana sources. And they have to, it has to be And then if you consider like Namesticker Goblin like half a mana source, it's like 32 mana sources or ways to accelerate mana. And the reason why that deck does that is because then you put the 6-drop in play and it flips 5 cards and puts those in play, and then it adds mana and you win. So I mean, and it's uncounterable too. So the idea of doing that is that, sure, your deck is like full of blanks, but you just have the requisite mana sources to put the busted thing into play super far ahead of schedule and win. And yeah, that means as the game drags on, basically half your draw steps aren't going to be particularly live. And it's kind of what you sign up for with the Goblin decks. Like, they're very, very good, but they're not that good at keeping up with card quality from a deck that has a lot of card selection over the course of a game. They're not supposed to be. I also can't put Muxus in play on turn 1. Like, there's costs. So anyway, on the draw this time, that's harder, but it's like the worst hand I'll keep. Obviously these don't really work. I do have a force though. And I can beat a Magus. I'll keep. Do I get to force a chalice? I do. That was a pretty good draw. I'm not gonna waste this grief on, or waste this murderous cut on a grief pitch. I think it's too good of a card to do that with. Name sticker. Makes 4 mana, so they have 5 now. Bombardiers. That's coming in hot. Am I going to throw the sticker? Or not? Okay, I need to build my graveyard ASAP, so I think I'm going to surveil almost anything to the yard. Does that count? I have 1 card in hand. If I do this and then I waste the city, I can murderous cut the bombardiers. I think I want to do that. If I don't do this, I'll have 2 and I can't get 3 without pitching it. So I think I just put it in the yard. Ooh, Force of Despair. We'd like that. I will, however, get rid of the city. So in start combat, I will murderous cut the bombardier. Third land, 3 mana. Simian Spirit Guide. Okay. I'm not going to force to despair that. It's Ponderuni. Okay, reanimate. We like that, I think. I think at this point my plan is to generous Ent up a tropical island and then reanimate the Ent. So take 4 here and then I'll take 6 more. So I'm taking 10. But then I'm gonna really slow it down and I'll have a Force of Despair to protect myself from any incidental damage. I guess I gain 2 also from this food token, so it's less bad than it would seem at first glance. I'm lagging a bit. I'm just gonna let it settle out so I don't misclick. Okay, cool. We settled out correctly. Let's reanimate the Ent. Go to 4. Again, I'm in a functional air quotes 7 here because of the food token. So it's not quite as dire as it looks. It's nice that generous Ent only really takes 3 life off you in the long run if you have the time to sack the food. Which I do. Okay, now that I got another black card in hand for this Force of Despair, I feel safer deploying the Grief. Otherwise I was going to hold it, but now I can just hardcast Grief and I think take Muxus. I think that's what's in their hand. Yep. Okay, so now that that's the case, I'm going to pass. I don't feel like taking the damage here. I think they would attack both into Grief. I do not think they would attack them into Generous Ent. They've paused. I wonder if they're typing. They're not typing. Chatty opponents can sometimes be fun. Obviously, you become their free psychologist sometimes, but what you gonna do? Ponder. Yes. Oh, that was good. So at this point, I'm just holding back the Ent to protect. Once the clock becomes sufficiently good, I'll turn the corner with it. Which I think is next turn, because they'll be at 14 now. And so attacking for 8 plus 8 is, 2 past lethal. And since I have a Force of Despair to answer any surprise creatures, I think that's the way I want to do this. Like, I attack for 8, they attack for 4, is like, I win that race. It depends upon what they do this turn, though. Pyrokinesis. Oh, nothing in hand. That was a pretty foolish play. But I will accept it. So they take 8 here. Anything they play this turn I can Force of Despair, so I'm not worried. Even Muxus. So Muxus comes into play. Ringleader and Name Sticker. They're saying so lucky. But no, it's okay, I have it covered. So 4 cards, they hit Battle Cry and 2 Rabble Masters. But important to note that those don't come into play untapped. Or I mean, they don't get the mana because of Name Sticker. If they attack with anything, they lose. If I draw a fetch land, I win. Does Broadside Bombardiers do it? It does. So I can reanimate Broadside Bombardiers. And then I can throw Generous Scent at them for lethal. Yeah, I have good draws. You should see my hand. Opponent was nice, said good luck and stuff. They just wanted to chat about the game. Doesn't sound like they're salting. I think they're I'm sounds like they're new to Legacy, just kind of trying to figure stuff out, which is, it's a cool place to be. So I'm trying to be, you know, helpful. I'm recommending Goblin Lackey to my opponent, Eli Goings. Really, really, really good Goblins player. You know, hence the name. But he puts out a ton of Goblin stuff. He either has a Patreon, which if he does, if still active, do subscribe. If it's not active, it's because his real life, you know, professional life takes priority sometimes. And so he will put that on hold at points that he's not able to give it the quality it deserves, which is really how you know it's such a high quality thing, because I mean, he's not just trying to squeeze money out of people while like phoning it in. If he feels like he would phone it in, he immediately, you know, says, "Hey, gonna put this on hold." And so I think right now he actually has a constructed rating over 1900, just based off of, you know, goblining alone. So yeah, if you're a Goblins fan, like my last two opponents, do look into Goblin Lucky if you haven't already. Anyway, if you're a Bug Scam fan, we are 2-0 in this challenge. I'll see you all for round 3. Hello, we're back for round 3. We're on the player against Hayatatsu, who, looking them up, appears to be a Depths player, like Green-White Depths. This hand has no lands, so that's no good. This hand has no colored sources, so that's no good. This hand has stuff, so we'll keep it. I think I'm just going to bin both the Griefs and hope that we can make some headway with Bowmasters. I'm going to lead on the Bayou so that if I, get wastelanded but draw a Ponder, I can use the trop to make that happen. Okay. I will play a Bowmaster only because I think they're holding a Bowmaster, and I kind of want to play this whole Bowmaster game given I'm holding 2 of them. Yeah, this feels so much like a Bowmaster to me. Could be wrong. Witherbloom command is not worth doing at this point, where I'd only get back a land and a drain 2. Blowing up my tapped land is pretty nice. Let's see what happens here before we do much. This could be the Bowmaster. Source of Plowshares is okay with me. No, I'm going to do a drain 2 and get back the Surveillant. Because I also might mill something I want to reanimate. Well, I got a Wasteland. Would I rather have that? I think I'm going to take the Sewers and then reanimate the Baleful Strix. If this gets crop rotation, I'm pretty happy with all of that. Like, it's a pretty low cost crop rotation for me. Yeah. This could be way worse. Because crop rotation is a pretty powerful spell. It can get all their most powerful lands, accelerate them, so on and so forth. So being used to get a Baleful Strix off the board is okay with me. Let's surveil. Put that straight in the yard. I do think that with no blockers, I'm going to pump this up. Oh, sad. It's getting munched. I can't deal 4 to it, so I'm just going to let it happen. And I'll hold the Bowmaster, because they might play something with 1 toughness. That does not have 1 toughness, unfortunately. I think I'm just holding the Bowmaster for right now, because it's not attacking in and it's not killing anything. Stifle's a pretty good draw, because it means the knight will tap for nothing if they use it. Looks like they are planning to use it since they didn't attack with it. I think I play that. Just to have more lands in play, like I can hardcast a troll or an ent now. Yeah, I'll stifle that. I do feel so strongly that they have a Bowmaster in hand. The boots. The boots are scary. I mean, both their things already have haste, but you know, in theory the boots can be scary. I've drawn a lot of lands, which is not really what I want. Is this a Dark Depths? Am I dead? Yeah, I'm dead. Pow. I didn't draw too much action, so it makes sense. We mulliganed to 5 this game, so that's why I feel a bit behind. I'm doing this because I don't want them to know that if they get to the attacker's step that I am dead. But I'm dead. Okay. So. Definitely want to merge. Force of Despair is probably pretty good. Force of Negation is like medium. What seems weak? Bowmasters only really kills Bowmasters out of their deck, as well as like Dryad Arbor. I could see doing away with some of them. It does stop Sylvan Library, but as does Witherbloom Command. I do have Borrower, so I guess I wasn't just straight up dead in the abstract even there. I think trimming the Bowmasters down to 1 is the way to go. I think all my other cards are better. The only thing that wouldn't be better is like Grief, if I like expect that Grief isn't good enough, but I think Grief is pretty good. So this is what I'll do. Try not to mulligan to 5. Yeah, this is good. Keep. I'm gonna go Island Ponder, because if they waste me, I'm not like all that concerned, since I have backup lands. I think I want the Stifle and Ponder. Because between Elvish Reclaimer and fetch lands and whatnot, I think that I can get a lot of things out of them. I could have done the whole like hold up, stifle, and wasteland thing, but I guess I'll get to do that now. Now I'm looking for a black source, which I found. Very convenient. I will hold up stifle for this fetch land. Failed to find a green creature card. Strange. I don't know what to make of that, but I know I'm going to waste this because it's letting this tap for green without being fetched. That's okay. Crop rotate away. Rotate to those crops. That's another, yeah, Maya. Seems fine. I really would like to nail this windswept heath. Or both of them. It's fine. I don't think they have another crop rotation. Okay. That's correct. Now they can keep as many cards as they want. I don't really care. I'm just gonna double stifle them. And if I did this right, I should... No, I clicked it wrong, and now I will not mill grief. Very sad, but that's okay. Milled a stifle instead of a grief, but, you know. They'll respect stifle now, that's for sure. Kept another card. Yep. Okay. The Mox diamonds are flowing. What card is this? A human. Okay, another reliquary. Do they have LQR or something? I'll check first with grief. Yeah, they do have it. Okay. So we get to take abrupt decay. Get to +1. Ooh, and now I get to reanimate troll. So really, this worked out quite well. Troll, you know, dealing lethal damage, which is 6. But we will see what happens here. My opponent has made a decision. It was to concede. Do I want to change anything about how I'm boarding? Bill's Summer, or Force of Vigor has some serious hits between Mox Diamond and Sylvan Library. Maybe worth a Bowmaster? Maybe not worth a Bowmaster. I think I can just mop those up with Witherbloom Command. I don't see too much I want to change. This hand seems good. I don't think it's a Grief Pitch hand. I think it's Troll getting in there as a mana source hand. Reclaimer has so much fucking value and I have no way to really answer it. As bad as this makes me feel, I think I'm brainstorming this. Or force pitching Brainstorm here. Try to choose my opponent a little bit. Okay. I guess I'll Grief Pitch Grief. Because that seems kind of like... At 4 mana I'll have better things to do. Okay, Swords and Knight. They have lots of... They have stuff going on as far as lands go, so... I guess I'll take the Knight and play into the Swords. Yeah, because I have a higher emphasis on getting this Uro down, so I think I'm going to Troll for Bayou. Then play the Wasteland. They're playing around Stifle, which I just drew. So depending upon if I draw a third land, I might, waste and wait an extra turn. Because I could keep this Uro around. The Sylvan Library. Okay, I did draw functionally another land. I think I hit hitting green feels right, but I just need to clear the swords as well. I think hitting green is still right. Because then I can probably nail this Stifle as well. Although ideally I will turn this Stifle on with a Stifle in the Wasteland. Kept a card. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I know that they're using that as air quote bait, but now I'll have Troll in the dungeon. And have a murderer's cut online, that's nice. I wonder if they're going to plow this. Bowmaster. Oh. I will wasteland on upkeep in case they want to crop rotate. Now, these long pauses actually are giving me pause. I feel like they have a crop rotation. I'm gonna hold. Because I actually need like this murderer's cut to work, which means they can't bog me yet. There it is. Is this a bog? Really rude if it is. Yeah. I sniffed it out correctly, but it still just didn't work out. I guess I'll cut off the second green source. I'll do it while they can't crop rotate. Then on upkeep I'll Bowmaster. It forces them to plow if they want to use Sylvan Library. Which they do. Nate? Yep. So I need something that goes to the graveyard for Murderer's Cut. That works. We'll do green black. We'll mill ourselves and return a card to a hand and destroy the Sylvan Library. And I will take the Polluted Delta because I want to just get rid of this knight. One, two. Let's go 3, 4, 5. No endurance mana. Reanimate. They do have Knight. Reclaimer's maybe better. So I can use it. Yeah, let's get a Reclaimer. Okay, well, whatever it was getting Abrupt Decayed, so I'm glad I paid 1 life and not more than that. Okay, there's the Bowmaster. So we're slightly behind on board in both top decking, but we're way up on life. Wither Bloom Command is probably my best draw. Reanimate's up there. I think that just the Reclaimer is better for what I'm trying to do. Oh, gross. Okay. Wasteland, Yavimaya, Boseiju. Well, they made me a 3/4 Reclaimer. So that was pretty cool. We'll attack. They're at 7. As soon as they play Yavimaya, I do have unlimited green. If they choose to go that way about it. I'll force the chump block this turn. Of course, if they don't chump block, I will Murderous Cut. I guess I'll hold off a little longer. I can just wait to brainstorm. Heath, Flagstone's Wasteland. Okay. I just want to get this off the board because I feel like the second Bowmaster is the thing that beats me. I don't want to walk into it. It's the Dryad Arbor. Okay, that's good, I think. So I can play out Wasteland and reanimate the Strix on top. Play out Wasteland, reanimating with this so they can't you know, what's it? Bog me. Or sorry, Wasteland me. I think having the 2 creatures is more useful than having the knight. Obviously leaving up my Wasteland. And we got it. Very cool. Alright. We are 3-0, and I'll see you for the next round. Hey everyone, we're back for round 4. My opponent is Omen, sold with a 0, so I guess 0 men. I've won the die roll, I'll keep. They have no legacy moto history, so I have no idea what they'll be playing, but this hand is pretty safe against, you know, most things. Let's start with a Misty, because if I wanted to fetch 2 basics, this gets Island, this gets Swamp. Mountain. Borrower is really nice here as kind of a catch-all if something bad happens. I expect this to be Goblins, given the lack of legacy history and the basic mountain pass. What's 3 rounds of Goblins among friends? Oh. That's not very Goblins. This feels like a Storm deck where Stifle's going to have a better thing to do than point at a Scalding Tarn fetch land. Echo of Eons. Galvanic Relay. See? That would be a good one for Stifle. But for now, we brainstorm. We'll go Tropical, and then we'll put away Undercity Sewers, and then use it with the Misty. Yeah. Hand's not ideal, but hopefully this Surveil is good. It is. Surveil's great. So we have a Force and we have a Stifle. And we're against Ruby Storm, Mono Red Storm, whatever we want to call it, but that's the name of the deck we're against. So basically, I'm going to let my opponent go off as much as they want. I will force a Burning Wish. I will stifle a Galvanic Relay. The Taiga implies to me that they're playing Questing Druid as well. So they're playing a bunch of the draw twos, like the Exile 2 cards, and you can play them from until your next turn. They're playing that, and they're playing Questing Druid. Name sticker's fine, I don't care about that. It's a Seething Song. Ooh, it's a good Seething Song. I'm actually hoping that they kind of go wild here because I want to stifle this Galvanic Relay. Actual Seething Song. I am seething. Burning Wish I will force, like I discussed. I don't want them to have 2 storm spells, just the one. I flipped to Reckless Impulse, which is still solid, to be honest. Grief is pretty good, actually. I was going to Wasteland, but I think I'd rather just get a Grief down and see what's going on. Might be a land, but yeah. So this turn they Reckless Impulse. And they get a land and Rend Resolve, which is just another one of those. So they kind of like floated it and got a land in the process. More land for their troubles. Ruby and Ancient Tomb, okay. I will attack with both because on the off chance that they double block the Grief, reanimating it seems actually decent for me. Because if they have something useful in hand, I'd rather just rip it. Like, I know Wooded Foothills, but there's one random draw. Taiga, okay. So this is the last turn of the game, because Troll's coming in for lethal, so there's no point not wastelanding. And we won game 1. So for sideboard, let's look up Ruby Storm list. Go into MTG Goldfish, which is how I normally do these things. Drag it onto the page, why not? Popular decks, Legacy. Goblins is way up there. Mono Red Prison, lands. Epic Storm. There's Burn. I guess Ruby Storm is a red-green deck, so I should be on the lookout for that color scheme. Epic Gamble is a variant of Ruby Storm, so that might be it. Yeah, okay, this is basically it. So, no, this is like Charbelcher. This is it. Okay, so it's got, echoes, it's got a bunch of artifacts. Bergie and Horn. I guess this is the bunch of draw twos though. I don't actually expect that many artifacts. I expect Ruby. So Hydroblast and Force Negation and are better than most other things. They don't really draw that many things outside of like wheeling, but it is pretty good to prevent them from being able to wheel. I think it's more, I just want to kind of get rid of some of the spot removal. Cut all the spot removal. And bring in a Null Rod. Or a Force of Vigor for like the actual Ruby medallion. Keeping Pernicious Deed because it's good against swarms of goblins. Yeah, let's try this. Force of Vigor is weird because it's particularly bad against Defense Grid. I did draw it though, so I think I keep this hand because it's got Hydroblast. Doesn't have an untapped land turn 1, but I can't all have untapped lands on turn 1. Witherbloom is pretty nice, maybe, coming eventually. Bowmaster I don't think I need yet, so I'm just gonna bin it. It also gives me something to like potentially reanimate if I want to. I mean, I know I have the troll, but all that said, I think I'd rather just get it to the bottom. So at this point, they're thinking, which is scary. I don't like that. My opponents think that means they could beat me, maybe. So Ruby coming down. If they fetch, I might just immediately blow it up. Pitching the command. And if they pass, I'm not going to worry about it. Or like Witherbloom it. Okay. Just one target. I think I get... rid of Witherbloom command because it's doing the same job. Drew another Bowmaster. I think I hit the tomb. 2 lands for the price of 1. Now ideally I'll be able to not have to Hydroblast something this turn and be able to Brainstorm and then upkeep Cycle Troll. I'm not going to Hydroblast to draw 2. I don't think it's worth it. Their deck has like 12 of them. Burning Wish, however, I will do, because that's likely going to be a Galvanic Relay that I can't interact with effectively right now. That was a nice draw. Okay, I'm just going to play the land and pass. And I can Brainstorm or Bowmaster as needed. It's unfortunate that all their draw twos don't really draw, but such is life. I'm gonna let this one go because I don't want to, if this is Echo, I don't want to tap out of Bowmaster. If this isn't Echo, it's Reckless Impulse. Okay, that seems fine for me. So now I can Brainstorm, Hydroblast, put away the Bowmaster, cycle the Troll into a land. Bayou. One would think. So I think I'm going to play the Uro this turn, and then I can hold up Hydroblast. Yeah, because Hydroblast, I think, has good things to point at if I need it to. Although this Reckless Impulse was clearly important enough that they wished for it, so maybe I just blast it now. I think they're short on resources. Veil. Let's say got a Lowe's put a other hand for it. Petal and Elemental Eruption, huh? Okay. So I could hold up Force of Will, or I could go for the Uro and Wasteland stuff. I could also like draw a blue card off the Uro if I deem myself skilled enough to do that, which I do. Well, I didn't do that, but I did draw what might be a good card. I'm gonna shut down their mana a bit. We'll see if they're able to get up to 6 this turn. Does not look like it. Now I have a Force Pitch. So I'm going to do Witherbloom command, destroy the petal, and return cards to myself. So I'll choose myself, and then I'll destroy the petal. That's fine. The petal survives this whole thing, but I get a Wasteland back. Ooh, Stifle is pretty much as good as I could get here. Stifle just very, very good against this deck. Wasteland obviously isn't good as a destroy land, but is good as a hold up, force, and stifle thing. So that will be the plan. I could bin Troll for a land here. I don't think I need to. I'm just going to leave it like this. I can play around a defense grid pretty effectively this way. I think I forced this because I just don't want them to get off the ground. And this gets them off the ground. And we win. Awesome. We did it. We are 4-0? 4-0. I will see you all for round 5. Hey everyone, we're back here for round 5, starting in just a few seconds. Currently 4-0, along with Yoji Wata, who is a very good Japanese D&T player, and Sylvia Wataru, who's a very good Japanese Delver player, and so we'll see where this ends up. Against Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus plays Dredge in Vintage. Where does Lord Beerus play in Legacy? Grixis Delver as of a couple days ago. I'll keep this. The list had one Stifle, but honestly I'm not super concerned about that, and also I don't know exactly what he's on yet. I'd rather, you know, hold up a Revolt Fatal Push if I had to. I'll Surveil. I don't think I want this Grief. I don't have a Reanimate. So at this point I'm just trying to keep the board clear, try to keep my life total high. I'm going to try to stick this Grist around Daze if I can. Ideally, even with Force of Will backup, I think the Grist will do a lot of work. Okay, that's fine. Ooh. They generally have a hard time answering a troll at this point in everything. And 13 life is notably one above a multiple of 3. Brainstorm did flip the Delver, which isn't exactly what I want. But we will see what I can do. Okay, they play a Valk and a DRC and a Heat. Oh, gross. That's bad for me. That's good for me. So I will waste the Valk. Murderous cut the Delver. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, only 4. Forgot Murderous Cut doesn't actually require that much delving. I'm gonna hope that they just don't have 2 more lands. Do I go to 5 here to get a Grief into play? I think I get Bayou though, just to get access to both colors. And yeah, I'll get a Grief into play. Okay, so 2 Murktides, gross, and Daze. So I feel like the Murktides are a big problem, but I'm also going to have trouble beating this Daze at the same time. I think I just have to hope my opponent misses for a couple turns. So at this point, do I throw this reanimate onto anything, like a Delver? Maybe worth it. Okay. Flip, 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 flip to ponder, love it. Let's ponder away. Oh, this is all good. So force in hand, which can play around Daze. We're not going to play this Bowmaster into Daze anyway, I don't think. But I will do it in this order. Just to give myself the choice. Because like I could jam Bowmaster into Daze and then just like they can't resolve Murktide. Maybe that's actually good. Ah, shit. Well, I'll force this one. Immediately. We'll pay. If 2 dazes. Because then I will regret the order in which I did this. Yep. Now I wish I had the 3rd land so I could grist it away, but as it stands, I will attack with Grief and then chump with Delver. And then hope that Grist gets there. Okay, so now we minus Grist, sack the token, and kill the Murktide. Bolt off the top does it. This is an information. And pew! Okay, we're up a game. Against what's at the very least Blue Red Delver. So I want these cards very much. If I see green, I'll bring in Submerge, but right now, not yet. Force of Despairs are also kind of a maybe. I don't think they're quite good enough. Witherbloom commands go pretty dead pretty fast. I just don't think that they're going to kill what I need them to kill. Forces are like pretty meh in the matchup. Stifles are okay. The thing is with Force is like obviously there's this thing about like, you know, Force of Will is bad in the fair matchups or what have you, but if you lose before you can empty your hand, then that means that you probably should have had a couple Force of Wills still in there. I think I'm gonna keep the Reanimates, shave 2 Griefs. Shave all the Griefs and keep Forces. I have a lot of things to reanimate. I'm not going to be short on that. Kind of like that. That way, like, I can get things to stick when I need them to. This hand is so good, except it's missing an initial land, which is why it has 7 spells. Mulligan. This hand is better. I guess I'll get rid of Murderous Cut or Carpet. I'll get rid of Force. No. I need Carpet. I need this to find green. I need this to pitch. I guess I could get rid of Brainstorm. Yeah. Okay, Ponder generally means that they don't have a... Well, it does mean they don't usually have a turn 1 creature. Also means that they're generally on 1 land. Chose not to shuffle, which means that they found another land. I think I'm going to cycle this for a drop now. I just don't want to get... Oh, I can't do that. Bayou. I need the green, obviously. I am playing a Generous Ent, which is good at finding drop there. TRC. The Bowblay. The Blowblay. The Blobble. They know the top of my deck. I don't. How unfortunate. And now they are delirious, which leads me to think this is probably a Bowmaster, given that they're firing off the Brainstorm here and now. So they're making a 3/3 DRC, they're getting in under a Bowmaster, like, that's what that says to me. But of course, we'll see. Put a card on top. Ponder, okay. If they force anything, it's this. So I'm going to add blue. Start off with the Strix. And Ponder, why not? Okay, that gets dazed. That's okay. I'm glad I didn't Hydroblast. It's the other thing I was considering doing, but given that the Strix is probably going to die here. Yep. Everything has gone according to some sort of plan. Might be my opponent's plan, but someone's plan. I will reanimate the Strix first, because that's just sick value. Ooh, and Fatal Push. Love it. So I can Hydroblast the Darcy. Fatal Push the Delver. And just pass. Okay, we're looking pretty good here. I've got a Murktide rolled up in this Murderer's Cut. Yep. Which is what that looks to be. And that's wonderful as well. A lot of green, triple green. Yes, add triple green, so I'll go black. Hit this, I'll pitch Troll. I only need to get rid of 4 cards. Keep my creatures. And then I'll get rid of their stuff in the graveyard. Okay, we're looking good to be 5-0 in this challenge, which we are. It's a 6-rounder, so we're locked for top 8 as well. Very nice. Yeah, I'll see you all for the next round. Hey everyone, we're back for round 6. We're playing against Sylvia Wataru, who's also 5-0. I assume they want to play because they're streaming, and I'm happy to play because I'm recording, so I'm going to keep this hand. We're really playing for glory here, though. We're both top 8. So ponder. No shuffle. I will surveil. I don't really want the grief. I do want to play the Strix out. Drawing a few too many lands at this point. The next two draw steps both being lands isn't really what I wanted. I think I want to force a Beanstalk. Beans get out of hand quickly. Sylvia agrees, pitches Eris. Another land. Witherbloom Command is probably my best draw at this point. I think I cycle Troll for the Bayou here. Just to get another land out of my deck. Brainstorm, very nice. Put away the two fetchables. I'm going to fetch one of them. Ponder. Ponder, reanimate Wasteland. Yeah, sounds good. Let's see. I want to reanimate this turn, I think. Do I want to do a grief, like, scam move and then try to cheese in with a troll? Maybe. I'll put Wasteland third just in case I want to ponder to change my plan. Yeah, I think this is what I want to do, just because if I can get in there with Troll, it really speeds it up. This might get forced. Oh, but there is days. So I'm not going to throw away the reanimate into that daze. So currently Eris costs 10 minus 4, so 6 mana. So we'll attack first, I think. Then I'll reanimate Troll. Sylvia's doing something. Maybe it's just to fetch another brainstorm. Yep. So yeah, 1 and 5. If Sylvia dazes, it would be 1, 2, 5. Which would make Eris cost 4. So if I drew a Wasteland right here, it'd be really nice. I mean, if I stacked it like Ponder and then Wasteland under it, it would have been really nice to just Wasteland here. But the way I stacked it, I don't want to Ponder into Daze. So I'll play out the land and then Ponder. And then basically just try to draw a Wasteland and a reasonable spell the next turn. Sylvia's waffling hard on this Daze and is going to use it. Oh, perfect. Okay, so I don't need the Force, but I do want Witherbloom and Tropical Island. The reason I want the Trop is because if I get, Fire Iced or what have you, I want to be able to reuse the, or have green, because I can be shut off of green quite easily between Wasteland or Fire Ice or stuff like that. And so another source of green mana is really what I want. This is red out of Sylvia. I am here for it, because I can Wasteland it. And blow up Beanstalk. It's like a Murktide or something. It's like a Pyrokinesis plus a Bolt or whatever. Plus an Eris? Yeah, okay. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, make a dragon. So, right now I definitely want a Wasteland, but I can either Drain 2. I think I Drain 2 for life total reasons, rather than blow up the Beanstalk, because that's a 2-turn clock for them. So I will choose myself for milling. I'll choose Sylvia for getting drained. Wasteland to hand. Wasteland to play. Wasteland to Volcanic Island. And now Sylvia has to be able to get rid of this troll. Well, had the bolt. I'm gonna get fired and iced here. Just iced, I guess. Iced out. Yep, getting iced out with this troll. Bowmaster is okay. So Sylvia puts me to 4 here, which means that if I don't deal lethal this turn, Sylvia gets me. Like, I lose the race unless I draw like a removal spell or what have you. Something's happening. But what? I think I need to pump. I think I need to do this here now, yeah. Because now if they triple block the troll, I still have 3 damage coming through. Like another spell here makes a dragon. Oh, very cool. So 4 things. That's tough for me. So 3. Damn. Sylvia got this game, I think. Impressive. Gotta make him sweat. Okay, so behind on the draw against beans, so submerge is good. Not gonna bring it in yet. Playing for glory right now. Maybe I bring it in. I don't know. Do I try hard for glory? I'm recording. It's bad content if I don't do my best. Don't think I necessarily want to do it. It's fine. I think borrower is decent too. Fatal pushes seem pretty meh. Like they hit DRC, but lots of things hit DRC, including the Hydroblasts I'm bringing in. think even though they're on beans, I'm going to cut the forces. Or to keep the forces, cut the griefs. Keep the forces, cut the griefs. I think this seems fine. Force of Vigor is reasonable at, you know, I bring in Force of Vigor against like the 4 or 5 color Beanstalk decks because they have, in addition to Beanstalk, like Leyline Binding and things like that, post-board Carpet of Flowers of their own, stuff like, and so Force of Vigor is, you know, a pitch cast 2 for 2 usually, or an alt cast like 2 for 1, which is nice because like Beanstalks already got them a card back at the very least, and so being able to blow up the Beanstalk and something else kind of undoes that card advantage of the Beanstalk. So Force of Vigor great there, but against a deck that really only has Beanstalk is, I think, quite a bit worse. So I'm not going to push that. Sylvia's figuring out how to sideboard, I assume. I'm on the play. I will keep this hand, because either it works out and it goes swimmingly, or it doesn't, and I'm fine because I'm already locked for top 8. This is really not a keep, because it's a 1-lander with no cantrips. But maybe this will be a demonstration as to why it's not a keep. Now if we draw Underground Sea here, we are looking fantastic. Troll of Khazad-dûm is also really good, because I could just like cycle it and reanimate it. Wasteland is solid. Sylvia's scared of Stifle. Which I play but don't have. Another red-blue, which either means that they have green already in hand, or just need red. Given I have 2 Hydroblasts, I'm going to counter any red spell. Like DRC is an instant counter here. Saving Force of Will for something very high impact. Hey, perfect. Green, blue. Spell mill and we drain. And I milled a troll, so things are looking good. I'm going to force pitching Hydroblast because I really just can't have this resolve. So if I have to double force, then I have to double force. Which is indeed how this looks. Let's reanimate Troll. I'm going to get rid of the green source. What green source? The bean source. It's a little inconvenient, but it's actually not too bad because I can cycle it for a Bayou. I'll play this Bowmaster in response to the next thing that draws a card. And if I untap and opponent hasn't cast an Eris yet, I'm going to just jam this Endurance down. Say Bowmaster now. This gets answered in some way. Days. Seek the Beast. Carpet and Ponder. And it's down. We'll attack for 2. Sylvia's upkeep, I'm going to Endurance. Actually, I'll do it now. The Beanstalk is going to run away with this game, I think. Question Druid coming down, and then Ponder. Oh no. Even worse. Oh no. Pyrokinesis, draw 2 cards. That's not good for me. I am looking pretty dead here. Chance I can crawl back into it, but it starts with a shuffle on this ponder. No shuffle. Uh-oh. Cage. Maybe a Force of Vigor is worth it in the long run then. Which land? So play Grist. Plus Grist. Oh wait, no, I stacked it wrong. That's why I had it going the other way. That's okay. I should have stacked it the other way. I wasn't trying to mill the endurance, I was trying to draw the endurance. Mill the wasteland. It's probably like an ice tap the insect. Murktide. Oh no, Eris. Shoot. It's bad for me. Okay, yeah. We have seen enough. GG, Sylvia, Wataru. Well, we're still locked for top 8 at 5-1. So I'll see you all for the quarterfinals. Hey everyone, we're back for the quarterfinals against Kanakan, who is a Bomberman, Painter, that sort of artifact combo-y deck enjoyer. I will play first. This hand does not seem good enough. I'll mulligan. This hand seems a bit better. It's maybe Bowmaster. But that curves out a little bit too well. I think I'm going to bin a Brainstorm. Just in case it's like Chalice on one. I don't want to be overly exposed to it. And Bowmaster plus Grist lets me kind of have a plan to beat a creature that enters play. I want land. I think I have to bin that. I need land. Let's see what happens here. Ancient Tomb. Agatha's Soul Cauldron, yeah. Sounds about right. I'm gonna try to find a third land. This might get blasted. Didn't get blasted. Ooh, Witherbloom is really nice here. I think I want to redraw, reanimate. I'm gonna basically take this turn off to Witherbloom, I think. It's Just seems like a little bit too much value not to. I'm gonna get green blue. That's fine. Go black, green. Blow up the Cauldron and self-mill. So self-mill, blow up Cauldron. Get back a wasteland. Red-white painter, probably then. Ooh. Defiling the chaos. Can I reiterate that? I can. Very cool. EDBs or dies, blow up a thing. Which doesn't matter yet. I actually kind of want him to play a permanent so that Chaos Defiler becomes good for me to play. I'll throw a Bowmaster down. Then Grist's coming in, +1. Chaos Defiler definitely seems like the best. Because it blows up a permanent, yeah. At random. I can go -2. Sack this. Destroy this. Then I can reanimate Chaos Defiler. Oh, I get to choose the card. I messed that up. It's random opponent chosen thing. But either way. No harm, no foul. Getting in there. Now, I'm not completely sure if Chaos Defiler dies, who gets the trigger for it. And I'm not particularly itching to find out. That's fine, it gives me something to point this bowmaster at. That's grief, pitch, grief first, I think. This game's not going very long, so I want to make sure I don't throw this away. Take Phyrexian Dragon Engine, huh? I mean, that's good against, or I guess Bowmaster's good against it, I should say. We'll attack with the Orc army. It wisely did not block. I should have done that before damage. Wasted a damage. That was just a mistake. I don't know what is going to entomb here, but I can kill the engineer, so I'm okay. And I can stifle it for a turn if I really needed to. Oh yeah, Devour, makes sense. So the top card gets milled. Mill one reanimate, draw the other reanimate. Or -2 it. Yeah, I guess -2 is better. So I sack the insect. Let's not screw this up too bad. Okay, sack the insect. Destroy the engineer, I believe. Yeah, because it gets Soul Cauldron back. And then I will just pass. I could have brought back Strix. That was what I was supposed to do. It's the Fury. Is at least I get to stifle the ETB. So I draw it, reanimate, and then I reanimate to draw another Stifle. I do want Stifle, I think. And then I'll plus Grist. I'm way down on time. I'm just getting sleepy, huh? Sleeping on the job over here. Okay, I'm gonna speed up. Done 7 minutes on the clock. Oh yeah, that's, I guess, fine. It's both going at Grist. Old Gristy and Old Gristy. Guess I'll block. A trample, okay. Engineer is okay. That was just foolish of me though with the Bowmaster and the Phyrexian Dragon Engine. I just kind of forgot it's 12:30 at night. My bedtime is a couple hours ago. Painter, yep. Let's brainstorm first. Might have a cleaner way than this sacrificial grist. I do have a cleaner way now. So I can put down a Stifle. Put the Deed on top. I can just plus and I can just like wait for a turn. I can let the engineer sacrifice an artifact and not get anything back. I milled the Deed, whoops. Not playing this great. That's good for this Fury plan. That's okay for this Fury plan. So let's attack. -2. Psychic creature. Destroy the Fury. Reanimate the Fury. Stifle that. Kill both of those things. Okay. Pitch your red blast. +1. We'll get by you. So we'll go green. Arrow in there. Yep. Okay. Let's play a little faster because we're sleepy. I could just stifle this, but I don't think I need to. Oops. Let's +1 crunch. Clear the way. Bowmaster is great. As a stifle, sets attack, and we Bowmaster. There's no wasting time because we don't have it. Okay. Oh, we spent way too much time not throwing away game one. Let's win. So Null Rod seems great, Force of Vigor seems great, Endurance seems great, Hydro Blast seems great. These cards are all really good. Griefs and Forces are pretty meh. It might be that simple. Griefs aren't that good because they just play out of their graveyard. So effectively that discarding them doesn't do too much, and Forces aren't that good because they run into Blast. That said, there's like Maggots of the Moon business probably, so maybe I should be a little more careful. Keep like 2 Forces. Bowmasters don't seem that great. I think I will do this. Keep the forces, ditch the bowman. I just don't want to get Magoosed. Seems good. I'm gonna play a bit faster. Let's get this pesky ancient tomb out of here. Okay, so I now have a Force of Vigor pitch if I need it, while I use this Witherbloom command to, like, destroy Soul Cauldron. I was going to say and get back Wasteland, but that doesn't seem to be happening. It just makes it big. So destroy target thing, and I'll mill 3 return a land, I think. So I'll mill 3 return a land, and I'll destroy the Soul Cauldron. I might not get a land, but I'll try. Oh, they're counters. I fucked up. I fucked up. I just forgot how that works. Now I remember. Oops. Whoopsie, whoopsie, whoops. For some reason I thought it was like an until end of turn thing, and it didn't matter, but no, they're counters. So I have to be more careful. But at least I have more time for game 3. Which I'll be on the play for. This does not cast any, I mean, it casts spells, but it's not a good hand. This is better. I think I'll put away Pernicious Deed. Perfect. So turn 2 is like a Baleful Strix situation. I'm actually going to shut him down a little harder. I'm going to do the Wasteland now. And then I'm going to go for the Witherbloom, returning it next turn. Now I guess I can do Strix now. Black, blue, might get blasted, do not care. Well, now I have an out to Magus, which is Brazen Borrower and Island. Okay, something's happening here. Well, that's the thing I have an out to, so I'm okay with it. A little annoyingly, I don't really have a clean way to, no, I can evoke Endurance if I need to kill it. We're okay. Do that while he's tapped out of red. Basically, if things go really wrong, I can float mana and Witherbloom, evoke Endurance, and replay it. But this is better. So let's go Brainstorm first, because we're going to mill things. Okay, cool. Let's mill Force of Will. No, we want Force. Let's mill Stifle and Endurance, because we can just like reanimate it. I'll go green black. We'll destroy the Mox Opal. We'll destroy the Grindstone and mill ourselves. So destroy Grindstone, mill self. Okay. That's okay. Also, I can just reanimate Endurance and it's all nothing. Which is what I will do. Ooh, that was great as well. So sack here. Reanimate Endurance. Target there. Attack. I'm gonna get, I need to get black. I'll get double green for Force of Vigor and stuff. Firework coming in. Okay. And we got there. Very cool. So we're on to the top 4. And hey, I thought we were going to be the last ones, but no. Kihara Works versus Sylvia Wataru is still going. That's exciting. Anyway, I'll see you all for top 4 in a minute. Hey everyone, we're back for the top 4. We're against Sylvia Wataru again. I think knowing the matchup, this is a keep. I'm inclined to brainstorm here now. Oh no. I'll put away a pair of brainstorms. I will grief pitch grief here. Just see what's going on. Okay, I will take ooh, this is hard. I think I'm happy that he's flooded, and I'm just gonna nab the brainstorm. Ah, shoot. Well, we wanted things. Not ideal. I think I have to force the Beanstalk too here. Alright, I do have a Witherbloom command coming that I know about. So if I can unlock myself, maybe I don't need to hit that and I can save the force for Murktide. Yeah, maybe that's better. Okay, Brainstorm. Oh shit. Okay, well, Deed I don't need. I'll put a command on top. Okay. Now we ponder into the good stuff. Well, I have to force that, unfortunately. It breaks my heart to do it, but I have to shuffle this. And I guess I do that. Murktide coming down. Yeah, that's a problem. I needed one of these 4 cantrips to hit. Oh no. Maybe I do actually want Griefs in this matchup. I was thinking that it's bad against Pyrokinesis, but getting cards out of hand before they get Trigger Beanstalk is maybe the way to go. I am devastated right now. I'm gonna hold on because there's like technically a way to scrape back into this. So I can't reanimate grief or I lose, basically. Because I would go to, I'd take 5 from the fetch land and the grief, and then die to the Murktide. Eris on top, don't do that. Oh no. Chose not to use it. Just playing out a force of will. It's not good for me. Can't beat a force of will. Okay. So if I cut forces and fatal push, pernicious deed's like okay, because it hits the grief. Sorry, no, it hits the beans, but like I don't think I want it. I think I'm gonna go with this. I'm tired, but I will try to win. Although Sylvia's deck is really sweet, so if Sylvia like beats me and then wins this whole thing going undefeated, that would be sweet too. So we'll see. This is a keep, I believe. Let's see what's going on over there. Take the brainstorm. Thunder and Falls. Don't think I want these right now. That's better. Really, I just want to get endurances in there. Knowing about the force of will makes things a little bit awkward. That helps, I think. Do I think Sylvia has a veil of summer? I think going to go for the reanimate on grief. Doing it like this because otherwise the exit just like pops the dinner scent back to hand. I'm kind of afraid of a Murktide. Oops, I paused for a minute. So my reanimate got forced. I brainstormed in response. I drew the murderous cut, and so I'm not gonna go ham trying to like I can beat a Murktide with the murderous cut, so I'm not gonna worry too much about it. So I know about a Volk, so I wasted the green. Okay, we got carpet. That's good for us, I think. Not endurance yet, sadly. This is the Murktide I presume is there, because it's not. The big guy costs 6. Oh shit, is there a second Murktide? Oh, that's so bad for me. Oh my god. That's good. I'll go yes and black mana. I'll go hit these and like the Misty. And then I'll go for an endurance now. So that a follow-up Murktide can't do things. Like beat me. Next turn I have Hardcast Grief online, so that's nice. Ponder. Chose not to shuffle. Brainstorm. Okay, that's why. So I know nothing about the hand now. Two lands. God, this smells like a Murktide. Okay, I'm just gonna cast a Grief around a Daze and hope it works. I think that this is trying to Mystic Sanctuary. So I want to prevent that. Fire. Grief is gone. Narset and Beanstalk, huh? I'll take the Beanstalk because I can answer the Narset. It's wrong about the Murktide. Oh, that was dumb. I don't think that Sylvia had any more green sources. I could have just taken the Narset. That's okay. We live and we learn. We're gonna do that second main. Tech Narset. I guess now Sylvia has green again. Okay, game 3. We're on to game 3. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out if I want Pernicious Deed or anything on the draw. Just like mop up bullshit. I think I do. Over Borrower's good against Murktide. Nah. I can't figure out what I want to cut for it, so I'm just not going to play it. Okay. Keep. We definitely haven't seen a hand that looks like this before. Okay. I'll pitch a Witherbloom command. I want to see if his lands. He sure does. Take the beans. Okay, well I hope we draw better. I'd like to draw just like a black source right off the top. That'd be ideal. Okay. Do I risk it? I'm gonna risk it. Okay, better than it could have been. I'll get rid of the grief, so I'll go. Endurance drawn, grief down. Play that. Surveil graveyard. I wonder what Sylvia's up to now. Second Bowmaster is cool. think I'm going to go for some moves on upkeep where I waste the green. Take one more damage just to mess up the timing here. So I go for the Bowmaster now. Something's probably going to happen here that like isn't what I want. Via like a force or this thing becomes delirious or a lot of things can go wrong. I think maybe this gets fired. Yep, got fired. So if this surveils something big, card on top, that's good for me, I think. I'm gonna have this guy swamp cycle into a bayou. Throw down a Bowmaster. I think I want to keep the pressure on. Sylvia definitely has the inevitability here. I can upkeep an endurance on the graveyard as well, since I know about the Eris. Reanimate, huh? That's pretty good. Does that change what I do? Is that good? I think that can hold off a turn. Let's upkeep endurance. That ate a force. Pitching an Eris. We merkin? What we doing? What's happening? Oh, maybe this is an Eris. And it costs 4. Yeah, it does currently cost 4, so that makes sense. Yep. Ooh, that was a great draw. So I can Hydroblast. The Eris. I can Reanimate. I think Troll. Because I have the creatures covered. And I'm going to win the race this way. I attack. Could we have done it? Could we be on to the finals? Let's see. Either I get to the finals or I go to bed. Both are acceptable options. I would prefer to win this thing, though. Sylvia's thinking. Sylvia has finished thinking and is putting a Seek the Beast on the stack. What has the beast found? A Brainstorm and a Lorien. Okay, that's good for me because I have a Bowmaster in play. Okay. Desperate times. This does mean I'm attacking for lethal because he's going to 9 and I'll have a 3/3 orc, a 6/5, and a 1/1, so that's 13 damage. Or sorry, 10 damage, but 13 once you count, this stuff. The Hydroblast was a really good draw. I mean, I guess I could have used Murderous Cut, but having this kind of as just insurance against whatever bullshit, really no idea what this deck can present. I played a little bit of the Eris deck. I don't think my list was as well constructed as this. I didn't have Question Druid or anything. We're doing it. We're doing it! On to the finals. See you all in a minute. Against Death in Texas. Yoshiwata. Okay, here we are for the finals against Yoshiwata. We won the roll, that's great. And it seems solid, I'll keep it. Urion, of course. Basic Island Pass. This means I can't, what does it mean I can't do? All sorts of stuff, but basically Witherbloom on turn 2, but I don't think I was going to need to do that since I didn't have it and I didn't have the green source. There's the Witherbloom though. This was dumb. I just walked into a Bowmaster for no reason. Except to hit my own Bowmaster with, but that's not a great reason. Yeah, I think this is okay. I mean, it's not great, but I can manage. I can deal with the token. I don't really want the Wasteland. I can get a drop here. And I can do kill that thing and mill myself. Let's take the Misty. It's obviously not ideal. That was just a misplay with brainstorming into a Bowmaster. Death and taxes, Bowmasters, you know. Just wasn't thinking. That's pretty good. Let's start off with a Bowmaster of the Orcish variety. I'm gonna no, I'm gonna hold it. I feel like something big is coming. That was good restraint on my end, I suppose. I will throw it away. That's an annoying card, but I think I can beat it. Ooh, just like that. Okay, let's get this bird in here. Yeah. think I forced this. As unhappy as that makes me. Cauldron, Flicker Wisp, Sarah Paragon. Disgusting. I still take the Paragon since that's closest to getting cast. I can stifle some other stuff. Well, that's inconvenient. I really needed those cards in my hand. Yeah, and I can't stifle it because he'll just do it again. Okay, is there anything good that I can get out of the yard right now? Mother of Runes is decent. But then it flickers it back. Could just grab a Bowmaster. I think that's worth it. I think I can try to engineer a situation where that comes live later. Yep, that's a pain. If I all block here and then I stifle, then he eats, then he flickers, and I still lose everything. So I block. I think I block like this also because reanimating my own Bowmaster is better. That's a good draw. Okay. Reach some degree of stable. Okay, so that's not good for me. That's really not good for me. Ouch. Dead. Okay, so against Death and Taxes, I think I want Null Rod. Force of Despair seems solid as well. Maybe less Force of Despair, more Force of Vigor. That's bad. Other than brainstorming into Bowmaster for no reason. That was bad. I feel like Troll of Khazad-dûm is pretty bad, actually. And then got one reanimate against, like, I presume a bunch of hate. Seems fine. We'll do that. Nope, no lands. Lots of lands, but I'll keep it. I will bin the island, actually. I think this is just going to be a greedy hand. Put that on top. Good card. We like that one. This is the Thoughtseize. File is okay, maybe? I don't know. Okay is perhaps a strong word to describe how Aether Vial is. That's a Bowmaster. I'll let it go. Okay, Let's see. If a Bowmaster comes in response to this arrow, it's not that bad. Okay. No more arrow. Sippy. Like a recruiter. Feels like a recruiter. Not a recruiter. Well, now I can hardcast Force of Will. That's pretty good. That's an unexpected tool. Sorry I'm being quiet. I'm like very tired and trying to focus. It's easier said than done. Ooh. I like this one, I think. What's happening? I think that's fine. I can just Bowmaster it. I just named human. Yeah, okay. Take 1 damage to prevent these 2 from attacking. Seems worth it. Not really the draw step I wanted, but it lets me both force and stifle in 1 turn, so that's good. Oh. That's how that works. Whoops. That's unfortunate. I forgot that basically since Yoshiwata owns the card's owner creates the token. Oh, that's so unfortunate. If only there was some way to read cards. Not at 2:05 a.m. though. Pernicious Deed. Bowmaster's not the worst. I have 7 mana. I feel like Yoshiwata definitely has like a Yorion. I know he has the Yorion. He probably has the Solitude as well. Oh my god. Yeah, I lose here, but had a good run. I hope you all enjoyed my my run here, getting to the finals. My first league back. GG's, congrats on the win. Alright, so all in all, very happy with my performance today. Would have liked to, you know, clinch it, but second place is not bad. So, yeah, thank you all, and I can't promise I'll get second place every week as I do this, but, you know, I'll do my best. Maybe I'll get some victories here and there. So, thanks for watching this 3 and change hour video, or 4 hours, 4 hour video, woo! And I will see you all soon. Max out. Bye-bye.